running up to this. He said, no.
Got a whole lot more people coming.
What time another day? What time another day?
I'm gonna sneak down there.
How's it going, Luis? Yeah, you're good. How's it going, buddy?
I just got here. I just saw it pull in. I'm gonna sit right here. See a place for me.
You did so good. You all had so much more time for
Wipe down everything. No baby love you when you grow.
She goes a little slower.
What's wrong with that? You right over?
We need to get a group of volunteers together. Maybe we can get some of them race program kids come up here and clean them chairs. I mean, you want that carpet? But I could get some of that.
Tonight they're recognizing some students. Okay.
Just more than that. Oh, wow.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the monthly meeting of the Lebanon Town Council. It's good to see a crowd here. It's certainly very nice to see our young people being recognized for a multitude of different achievements. And it's good to see our citizens here tonight who have questions or also have items on the agenda that relate just to them. So, before we start with business, I'd like to invite Pastor Arnold King from Bethel Baptist Church, if you can come forward for our invocation, followed by our pledge of allegiance. We thank you for being here.
Council, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for letting me be with you tonight. Let's bow together. Our Father which art in heaven, great and glorious God of eternity, God of grace and mercy and love, thank you for this lovely day. And thank you for the opportunity you have afforded us to meet together tonight. We thank you for our town, for our county, for our state and our nation. And I pray that you would lead in this meeting tonight. Bless the mayor, these members of the council, and these citizens that have gathered, these young people, and everything that will be done. I pray that you would lead it by your Holy Spirit to bring glory and honor unto you, Lord, and also to benefit our town and to bless each other as we glorify you. I pray you would bring revival to our county, our town, our nation. I pray that our nation might turn back to you. Bless our leaders. Lord, bless our president tonight. And I pray that all of us will commit ourselves to follow you. And I pray, Lord, that we will love each other. And I pray that all that is done in these chambers tonight will glorify the Lord Jesus Christ, will bless all of us and strengthen us. And may we leave here tonight rejoicing because we know we've been in your presence. For asking in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor King. Jason. Everyone had a chance to look at the minutes. So, he may need to edit the agenda for the items not on here, which are several. He may need to add anything to the agenda. All those in favor of the agendas, make a motion, please.
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Now, has everyone had a chance to review the minutes from our March regular council meeting? Any additions or anything that needs to be done?
Motion, I'll make the motion to approve the minutes for the April meeting, March meeting.
Motion to approve the minutes for the March meeting, is there a second?
I'll second that, Mayor.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Y'all, I didn't hear all of y'all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Opposed, same sign. Okay, we've also, accounts payable, Mr. Short, is this the only, is this the sheet for addition?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gilbert, you reviewed these?
I have, Mayor. I'll make a motion to approve the March accounts payable with the additions of well, Mayor.
Have a second? Brad, second. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Now, pleasant parts of our meetings are recognizing our students in our community. And actually, we have several state champions here with us tonight. And we'll take this opportunity to recognize those folks. Mr. Potts, would you come up?
Yeah.
Is Dylan here?
Yeah, he's here. Yeah, I was
Okay. So, this year's state wrestling tournament, we thank the young men and ladies who competed this year. We'll thank the coach for your efforts in getting these young folks ready. Mr. Potts, a lot on your plate every day. I'm sure you're glad to recognize, get a chance to recognize your students. Mr. Ray, thanks for being here. So, is Ian Ray our state champion? Sir. I don't know what weight class it is. Let me see your weight class. Is it on here? Diane?
Yeah.
157. There we go. That's pretty good. Yeah. All right. Congratulations. You'll stay right there.
100.
Yeah, he dropped it. Okay. It worked too. Yeah. This is, I want to make sure I'm right. Is it, I know that's Isaac. Is it Overs?
It's Olvera.
Olvera. Okay. So we needed an A there, correct? Is that right? Oh, we'll get one, get it to you. We can do that, okay? You finished, my man, second place. Congratulations, well done. Brayden. 115? 150? Close, was it? Are you, how many seniors, you got seniors here in this crew? So you got, you'll be that next year. You got, how's your team looking number-wise next year? Getting there?
We have 1 or 2 coming up too. We'll have a couple that'll show up. So.
Fill that weight class, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and third place for Brayden. Congratulations. I'm not going to forget our coach here. Coach, thank you for working with these young men and women. Appreciate you. There you go. Congratulations on a great, successful season. You have any comments you'd like to make?
I'm definitely not one of the talkers of the coaching staff, but I would like to say how proud I am of all the kids here. The amount of work they put in the off season, you can't become champion 1, 2, or 3 and not put in the work in the off season. Like you have to get beat up every day to be the best. They've done it. You just know that.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I might notice.
I know it's bleeding. What's you doing? Showing him you showing him a moon? Mr. Potts, any comments?
We're really proud of our kids. I think one of the things that, Coach Smith always talks about the physical part of it, but there's a big mental part to wrestling too. Ian especially, I could ask him in the hallway about what he had coming up, and he would tell me about the kids and what, if he beat this kid's going to be waiting on him, and he likes to do this. And, to be able to keep track of the points and all those kind of things when you're in the middle of grappling and it's kind of chaotic, that's really impressive. I think we've got some really smart kids up here too, and I'm proud of them. They represent us well in the classroom and on the wrestling mat, so we're really proud of them.
Let's give them a round of applause. Parents, I know that. Got grandparents here? We're all parents, there we go. I like grandparents especially, y'all know that, don't you? Okay, so where's my photographer? And parents, if y'all want to take pictures now, we got everybody we need. All right. Good in.
You get it?
I have a face for radio, so I'm gonna stay.
Anything else? Y'all would turn around and come, let the council members come down the line. Okay. We now have, which is a very special honor, 4-time state champions, 4 years in a row. Sarah, would you come up and join us too, please? In case I miss up Jane, Jane.
Just making sure.
All right. Emma Martin. Pros state champion. That's a great event y'all had Thursday, last week. Students did great. Nathan Webb.
Well, I think they worked, but.
Okay, extemporaneous speaking state champion.
And he's a 2-time state champion as well.
That'd be Landon Owens. 2 times. Yep, she's here.
She is.
Molly Bush. Runner up in the pros, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations. I did pretty good. Mercedes Ragus. State humorous interpretation runner-up. Congratulations. Caitlin Mullins, state poetry runner-up. Is that Angie's name? Abby Amos. How old was she when I retired? Okay, 3rd place winner at the State Original Oratory. Congratulations. Oh, yeah. See her now. Okay, 3rd place, Serious Dramatic Interpretation, Chloe Dillon. extend on down through there. Just twice. Katie Cole. Storytelling, third place. Congratulations. Okay, Autumn Rickman, fourth place, Serious Duo. Is that correct? Okay, Miss Lily.
The other half of the duo.
Lily Garrett, Serious Duo, fourth place winner. Okay, Brock King, Impromptu Speaking, fourth place winner. Haley Stiltner. State Impromptu Speaking, fifth place. Congratulations. Well done.
She was on buses, but
Okay, no placement. But she was what?
humorous.
Humorous duo. Allie Beck.
Her duo partner.
Ethan Powers. I enjoyed that as well. Original Oratory, Macy Ferguson. This meeting you get out of the way.
Okay. Don't think she's here.
Category.
Serious.
Olivia Hess, Serious Interpretation. Kelly Sauce. How you doing there? Stallard.
He was a coach.
Poetry, Elliot Breeding. And their fearless leader, 4 years in a row. You know, 5 steps. Sarah Stoops, well done. Sarah, would you tell the folks here who these young people are up against when you go to the state? It's not just Southwest Virginia, correct?
Yeah, it's not, no. And I will say that I think our biggest competition really is in the first two rounds. So Region D is really, really tough. We represent this end of the state really well. And then Radford, who won the state champion the first couple of years before we moved back to Class 2, we've been going neck and neck with them for the past couple of years. So it is a lot, it is really hard work. And it's gotten even more intense, I think, since we moved back up to Class 2. And you know, every year people say, oh, you're graduating people, but we have a lot of talent at Lebanon High School, and they put in a lot of work, and they're proud of their program, and so I'm really proud of them. And Mr. Potts was talking about how intelligent and you know our athletes and our people are, and these kids are super smart, and it really kind of boils over into how much, and they have to think strategy too. I mean, I know that's kind of crazy to think, but you know, we win individually, but also we win as a team. So we have to think, okay, who can we put in there to gain points to get the state championship? So we have to give
extemporaneous speakers here?
That's Landon, he's not here. We're a little impromptu though.
Is that where they go and they just hand you something to talk about?
And you write and speak in 7 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Lots.
First of all, I can't say enough about my students, and I think that at the most recent school board meeting, Mr. Sparks from Castlewood, he was talking about building relationships with students as coaches and the energy that is brought. When you bring the energy as a coach, the kids reciprocate it, and nobody brings more energy than the students. She's there till late hours of the evening. She works, Saturdays, weekends. These kids really put a lot in, and you can see. Allie just came from tennis. A couple of them came from soccer practice. They do other things. Emma's cheer. They do other things. Mercedes volleyball. I can't name everybody, but they all do other things, and then they come and they give their time to this. And so it's really impressive what they do. And I really appreciate the sign that you guys have with Lebanon High School's state champions. I love that sign because when people come into town, they see that we have academics, we have athletic success, we have some individual athletic success as well. And this is a great place to be, and it's because of people like Ms. Stu, it's because of these kids, they put a ton of time into it. We're just proud to be pioneers, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. Thank you very much.
Short in the front.
Oh, sorry.
He's come down.
Middle. Just try. Parents good? Everybody good? Thank you all. Good to see you, everyone. Where's our chair of the planning? You have one, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Very good. This time, we're calling a joint meeting of the Town of Lebanon Council and our Planning Commission. So at this time, we turn the meeting over to you.
Okay, before we start, we're just gonna go over a little bit about how the procedure works, okay? So, we will have Ms. Nolan read the submitted application, and then the person who submitted the application can come up and, talk about it and us ask some questions if we have any. Anyone else in favor can come up and speak for the application. Those against the application also are welcome to come and speak. And then we see if we have any further discussion. We see if there's a motion to approve the application. If there's a second, or to deny the application. And then we vote. And what we do is just simply give a recommendation as the planning commission to the town. And the town council makes the final decision. Okay, so, and tonight we have several. So, Diane, you can just go ahead and read the first one and we'll get started.
Rick Fields, correct?
No, we have already, taken care of Mr. Fields and Mr. and Mrs. Reed, okay?
I don't think Chad Newberry's here, but an application submitted by Chad Newberry for rezoning of the property on Highland Drive from a C1 commercial district to a R1 single family district. All adjacent property owners have been notified.
Okay, so Mr. Newberry is not here. Okay, is there, we go ahead, Kevin? Or should we wait?
No, you may just wait, just pass it for 5 minutes. If it-
Okay, so we'll just table Mr. Newberry's. All right. We'll go to the second one.
An application submitted by Pam Hughes and Shane Hughes for a conditional use permit for residential use in a C1 commercial district. The property is located to the right of Jinks Drive. All adjacent property owners have been notified.
Okay. So is Pam or Shane Hughes here? Okay. Do you all want to come up and tell us about your application?
Yes, we were just going to put a home on the hand.
Okay. And it is, commercial right now, the zone. And what you're asking for is to be able to have residential use in a C1 zone. Okay. Does anyone have any questions for them?
What type of home are you using?
Probably modular.
Do you have any idea how, the size of the home?
We're thinking between 1,800 and 2,000.
I have a question. The lot we have circled here, do you have this lot also?
There's 2 lots.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're gonna bring the driveway over here, or off of Cross Street?
We haven't really
We haven't
decided
decided
yet on that.
Any more questions? Okay.
Would the home primarily be built on this one lot or
We wouldn't go where it's level at the top, so I don't know, it might be like in between both of those ones. Yeah, we'd probably have to have a survey to see.
Okay, so where we have this pink drawn, what you're saying is you're gonna use both lots and put it towards
I would think so, yes.
the top,
Yes, at the top.
and you're only planning on building
One, yes.
one modular home?
Yes, ma'am. Probably a garage attached to it also.
we have to rezone both lots?
They're both on the application.
Oh, I guess, sorry.
We have a lot of applications. Any more questions? You all can go ahead and sit down. Is there anyone here that might be a neighbor or has any concern about this application? Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's Mr. Doty.
Well, we will mind this, yeah.
Stand up,
Mr. will like to stand up in front of me.
Don't
We're
worry,
good at this.
No,
we're all in this
we
together.
have lots of questions. First of all, we were the only people that were notified about it. None of the people in the condos were notified about it.
We look, there's actually a piece of property that goes up in between there,
Mhm.
so it's not considered adjacent. So whenever Ms. Diane does those adjacent properties in the county, when you click
So
on the
they are-
GIS map, so they're not technically adjacent property owners.
So we're even, so is it the lots that run down the side of our driveway, all the way
True.
down, that's owned by Debbie Bailey originally?
Yes, that's when they purchased all
You
of it.
purchased it from Debbie Bailey, so even though it goes up the driveway right beside of them, it's
Yeah.
still not considered
Yeah,
adjacent.
Yeah, there's one little,
Okay,
So-
so my understanding was from that square you gave us, that's down at the bottom. So they're gonna put the modular at the top of what Debbie Bailey?
I was just kind of showing you the lot area, I don't know where their house is going to be, where they might be able to answer that, and I can't.
That's a good question, is it gonna be at the top where our house is, or at the bottom?
A little bit further down, just where.
About midway up,
Not like right across from where your house is.
But on
Just a
down,
little
down,
bit,
yeah.
where it's level, right there, yeah.
okay. Another question, that, is Jinx Drive, does it run from the bottom of the hill to the top of the hill? That's a little bit off topic, but as we were told that Jinx Drive just runs up to the townhouses.
I can check in the tree.
Even though we're the only person that has a Jinx Drive address. The townhouses are Main Street address. And I don't have my glasses on, so it won't help me at all. But yeah, I have all this. I have all this, but like getting snow removal and stuff, we never get anybody all the way up Jinx Drive. We get them up just a little bit, which is off topic. The other thing we're concerned about is where, are they gonna go up our driveway, which is the right of way, I get that, and then go up midway, or are they gonna come off the street below and go up their lots? That runs behind the Pioneer Restaurant. That was another question that we have. I also have no offense against a modular home but I know that the subdivision that is behind us there ended up with double wides. And I don't have anything against that, but I think it does make our property all drop a lot. Grant Newberry has had a lot of issues. He's built a beautiful home there, and now his property values have dropped tremendously. So I would not want to see a double wide put there. A nice modular home, I don't have a problem with, or a built home, whatever. But I I sure wouldn't want to see a double wide or a modular. We've worked hard. I've been there 32 years. And I sure wouldn't want to see my property lower, the value of it lower because of that. And like I said, I don't have any problem. I thought that the two lots were right down on the road, but again, they go up the driveway, which I knew that. I didn't realize that they had bought them up. I thought they had bought them over based on the picture I was given. But I think that's their concerns, and I think something we could visit at a later date is where Jinks Drive begins and where Jinks Drive ends, and how we can deal with that, which is a whole nother thing. And I do know that Jinks Drive is the right of way up through there. Yeah, I do know that.
And I guess they're saying they don't know how they will go in.
I know.
But that's before the decision's made, I think we need to know how they're gonna get out
Exactly,
there.
where it's gonna sit and how they're gonna get in and what type of home it's gonna
And
be.
as she said, we already know that Brett's property hasn't gone down in value because of the modular homes that were actually double wides that were put in there. And they put up metal carports that are just,
Terrible eyesores back there. Drive through and look. And I don't have a problem with it. I mean, really,
she doesn't have a problem with anything though.
I'm easy going. All right, thank you all.
Okay, is there someone else who would like to speak? Okay.
I'm Bill Turpin. I represent Lebanon Tech Development, the developer of the Ridges.
Okay.
And we have the commercial lots adjacent to the property in question are still owned by Lebanon Tech Development. And eventually they'll be sold or developed either commercial or perhaps even in the future maybe residential. We don't know if that gets approved. To clarify something that was meant to question, there are no double wides in the Ridges. The homeowner association regulations prohibit double wides. They're modulars. Unfortunately, modulars also include not quite a slope of roof, so they look like double wides.
Double wides.
But they're actually all framed, so they're on the block. That's just a side point. Lebanon Tech Development asked me to convey to the board, both boards, their thoughts on it. We have no basic objection to the plan, the conditional use permit that's being proposed by the U's. No problem at all. We do ask, and I say we, I'm representing Lebanon Tech Development, that certain restrictions be applied similar to what we have in the Ridges. And namely, one is that, of course, the deed from Bailey to the U's already says no mobile home shall be placed on the premises. So we certainly support that. And of course, it's in the deed, so it can't be changed anyway. And all driveways and parking areas are to be paved. That's consistent with the Ridges HOA document. The properties, we would like to have it included, the property shall be maintained in such a manner so as to prevent it becoming unsightly due to unattractive growth or the accumulation of rubbish and debris. That's one of the regulations in the homeowner association covenants and restrictions as well. And certainly all of these are really for the benefit, not just of the Ridges folks, but those in the condominiums and the Jenks and others nearby. The other thing is, one of the HOA regs is no unregistered vehicles may be stored on the lot, just to prevent somebody bringing in junk cars. We ask that that be one of the restrictions. And also the breeding or keeping of any domesticated or wild animals being prohibited. And that doesn't apply to dogs, cats, other small domestic animals that are kept for household pets, and of a quiet and inoffensive nature, provided they are kept, not kept, bred, or maintained for any commercial purposes. So again, that's a restriction that's in the Ridges, so we ask that be applied here as well. If those restrictions are included, the Lebanon Tech Development has no objection to the CUP application.
Okay.
Any questions?
So this is actually zone commercial, it's not part of the Ridges, but you are asking that the same restrictions, if we were to approve it, be applied as if they were in the Ridges.
Yeah, there's such a, do we have that plan in there? Quick, thanks. Yeah, there are actually several of the lots of the Ridges, actually, I highlighted in yellow the two lots in question here, and several of the lots we'll be right up against, we'll be adjoining those two lots, as well as the other 3 commercial lots next to it. So we think that whatever happens here has an impact not only on the neighbors in the condominiums and the Jenks, but also those in the Bridges. So they are adjoining. We think it affects the value of every.
I understand.
I think that, Bill and I spoke earlier, I think most of this is covered by the zoning ordinance anyway, the dump cars and debris and nuisance properties. I think you've got ordinances in place that prohibit it anyway. So I don't know if it's necessarily needs to be put in a conditional use permit, should you vote to recommend it. I think there's ordinances in place that cover their concerns already.
All right, does anyone else have any questions? Is there
And
any-
as to the breeding of domestic animals, if you're breeding animals, that's a commercial use. So if you change the use of the property to residential, you'd be prohibited from conducting commercial activities anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak against this submitted application? Do I have a motion?
Just one question. Have you all picked out a design for a home or anything?
We
At this
have,
point?
and it's a very nice modular.
Do you have photos of it or anything like that?
I don't think so.
Maybe a few pictures of some from them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stand it there.
Yeah.
I would just
you don't have
like
to.
to ask that before you decide, yes or no, that we see what you have, and we make a decision, or they make a decision and share with us about the entry, how to get in there, and how they will come and go. And I would like to encourage, if you haven't, drive through the Bridges. Dave, I think you all are thinking about locating that way eventually, maybe. Drive through there, look around and see what you think about what I've said about what's up there, and see if your opinion is there with mine, and see what you think about the houses over there. It's a beautiful area. We just don't want to do anything to take their value down. Beautiful area, and I have no problem at all, but I would like to know where they plan to enter and exit, and what the modular home is gonna look like, basically, not exactly, and the area they're gonna put it in, because I don't even know where they're talking about putting it in. Thank you.
And I'll show you all this too.
That's correct.
So this is the design we were thinking, and then not that style, but a different color. So probably white and black with that stone in the interior of the entryway. And I'll show you guys too. So it's gonna be this one. It's called the Remington, and then we're probably gonna go with white and black windows, and then a gray stone slab, and then probably a garage on either side.
Okay.
And the trailers, I promise you.
Can we also see it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Can we also see it?
Yeah. Sorry, y'all. You're fine. With the porch on the front.
that you own, and to specify how you're gonna get there.
The driveway's kind of important. I think you have to come up Price Street because that lot that's not adjacent to the condos there, you would have to get approval from someone else to come across that.
To
So
go.
you probably have to come up off of Price Street, I think.
Yeah, so if we could just have a little more specific information and, the size of the home and what you're gonna add on to, if you're gonna add on a garage or a carport or a porch or, and then how you're gonna get there and where it's gonna be placed. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move to the next one.
Excuse me, Diane, just, these unbelievable, sheds unbelievable, you'll be at the next stage.
Okay, thanks. Okay, the next one is an application submitted by Justin Stiltner for conditional use permit to place a 1,200 square foot car garage beside his home in a C1 commercial district. The property is located at 360 West Main Street. All adjacent property owners have been notified. Okay, is Mr. Stiltner here? Okay. Would you like just to tell us a little bit about what you're planning to do?
I have plans for a 30 by 40, two-car garage to go on a property behind the home. I know you have photos that if you want to see.
Well, we have
Okay.
okay, but I think, one of our questions is,
Yes.
this says 38, is this just a picture kind of it, but maybe
It
the
is.
dimensions are not what you're proposing?
That's correct.
Okay, because this was more square feet than what you
Right.
applied for.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So you want a 30 by 40?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we have that. And I also think I understand that you bought the adjacent lot beside of your backyard to where, that's where this is going?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The 527.
Yes.
All right. And do you have anything else to tell us about that? Is it gonna be, siding,
It's metal siding.
metal siding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You have concrete slab.
Yes, sir.
And when you, I had a question about, I know that the property setbacks are only 5 feet
Yes, ma'am.
for this, but would you have any idea how much room there's gonna be once you
I
put
kind of
this?
have it marked off now to get a general idea. The setbacks are going to be anywhere between 6 to 10 feet.
Okay.
Justin, is that off the 6 to 10 feet, is that off the property line, or is that off the road side, or is that?
It's off three of the sides, the road side, the street side, and both.
When you measure the property line, not the street,
I did.
correct? Okay.
And there's no windows,
No one
just the doors and,
10-foot tall garage doors.
10 by 10, yes, sir. It'll have 12-foot walls. I think the center in the middle will be approximately 15 feet. The center, plan on having power in it, but no water, any other utilities besides power.
and this is for cars?
It is, it's just, just a personal use garage. We have one carport now that we're putting a door on for just a single car, so we just need more parking area.
Is he gonna have this, side
it's just gonna be gravelled under, and, that's just for some extra outside storage. It won't have any lights or anything, no power ran to it if I do it, but, the concrete slab itself will just be a 30 by 40 by 4 inch thick concrete slab.
So did you count this lean-to in the 6 to 10
I
foot
did.
setback?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you come in off Russell Street? Would it be facing Russell Street?
It will not. It'll actually be facing the roll-up doors will be facing my property where the home is. Yes, sir. So once I turn in the driveway that I have now, I can just turn into the garage.
Okay.
It'll be in-
Driveway coming in back there.
Yes, sir.
You said 6 to 10 feet, what's the setback from, the neighbor in front of you? Is it 358? I guess.
What is it required to be?
No, what's yours gonna be apart from the property line?
It's going to be, I think it's 8 feet on that side. The way I have it set, and I can adjust it, I can do some adjusting to it to move it closer to my current, lot where my home is, if I need to, to give more space around behind it, but the way I have it now is I can, there's enough room to put a vehicle on every side of it and not be on the adjoining property.
Have any more questions? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone here against this submitted application? Okay. Do I have any motions? Okay.
Second.
All right. All in favor? All opposed? All right, Diane, we are ready for the next one, okay? An application submitted by Printer Properties LLC and Linda Maxfield for an additional use permit for residential use. The property is located at 54 Cleveland Road in the C1 Commercial District. All adjacent property owners have been notified. Okay? Is Ms. Maxfield here?
No, I'm going out of it in there.
Out of here.
We're having fun.
Well, welcome.
Of course, I'm already Sneed, and I'm from Blue Ridge Realty, but Linda and I worked together a long time, and they've had some health issues and some deaths in the family, so I thought I'd come and try to handle this. It's just right across the road, I guess y'all know where it is, right over here. And it's been a R&BD, and I have trouble with that word because I think I'm supposed to be talking about my old BD when I was a little kid. And it really throws me off because I want to talk about that. But it's R&BD now, and all I want to do is to rent it as residential. I personally don't see any difference much in R&BD being rented than somebody renting it a couple days a month. So that's basically what we're doing. And I suppose we're looking at a conditional use permit. So what we're talking about.
Conditional use for residential use in the commercial zone.
Right, so we're not, won't be changing the zoning, just getting, asking for conditional use permit. So that's kind of long and short of that.
So instead of people paying to live there on a week-to-week or whatever, it will just be one person.
I imagine they anticipate renting it to somebody,
Yeah.
because they don't live here.
Right, just like a regular.
It's regular rental.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
Is there anybody here against this submitted application? Okay. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve this.
Okay.
I'll second.
All in favor? Do we need to make a?
Probably, pass it, yeah.
Okay. So is there a motion to table?
Almost.
So,
All right. All in favor? Against?
So how many did you let table?
Two. The Hughes and the Newberry. The rest of them were
Okay.
ready. And you're left.
Mrs. Chairman? Mr. Chairman? Okay. So we're not taking up the two other applications tonight?
We have taken, apparently, they came and spoke at the last meeting
Okay.
for the public part, and then we have taken it up earlier,
Okay.
before
We already have a recommendation.
this meeting started. We're ready to give you our recommendation.
This time I'll close the joint meeting between the planning commission and the town of Lebanon. Y'all good?
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, you have recommendations to make to the council.
I do.
We're gonna do these one at a time.
Okay.
You're welcome to come up, podium if you like. If you feel.
All right, do you want me to start?
Sure.
In regard to Chad Newberry application to go from commercial to R1, we are gonna table that until he can be present. In regard to
We're
Pam.
going one at a time. We're gonna vote separately.
Oh, you're gonna vote? Okay.
Correct.
Mayor, I'll move the table, the application submitted by Chad Newberry for rezoning.
Further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay.
Okay. Pam and Shane Hughes, who are in a C1 wanting a permit for residential use. Our recommendation is to table that until we get further specific details.
I'll make a motion, Mayor, that we
Accepted.
accept that.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Mayor, I do have discussion, just briefly. I had some notes here about verifying the location that you all are doing of the driveway. I said we also need to verify where Jinx Drive becomes a private. And is there a recorded right of way in Breezy? I would imagine that's where it becomes private, because I know it's a double paved up to their property and it becomes a single paved driveway. It's something we could pull on the deed or the plat, Kevin.
I think the right of way goes all the way to her property. Brad never said that street was.
Jinx, so that's a continuous right of way all the way to the top.
From memory, I think it is.
And do we know who the property owner is between the Jinx and?
Well, it's the town. And the town owns that right of way. That was Travis, well, that was all about in the seventies. Town owns that street.
Okay. So we would.
Anything else?
No, sir.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
I can get that.
Okay. Justin Stiltner submitted an application to have a 1,200 square foot garage at the back of his property, and our recommendation was to approve that.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion, Mayor. Second.
Have a motion and a second regarding this application. Any further discussion?
The optional lien to Justin, Steve?
He left.
I'm just gonna ask, is that done on the road side or the property side? I guess it's up to him.
I think from what he said, it was the property.
Property side. Probably the safest place to go.
And he said he wasn't sure if he was gonna do it, but there was still 8 feet once,
No matter.
if he did that.
That's good.
Anything else? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Linda Maxfield submitted an application to, in a C1 zone, to change from an Airbnb to a residential. I made a motion to accept. And we approved that.
So it's we have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Okay. Michelle and Matthew Reed came before you all last month and talked about an application, on their property with zoning from an R1 to an R2 for the purpose of putting a home. And our recommendation was to approve the zoning from R1 to R2. Not a home.
Gotcha. The zoning part. Okay. I have a motion regarding the planning commission's recommendation regarding zoning.
I'll make that motion.
I was gonna say, I need a motion before we
I'll
make
make
it
the
on.
motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All right, any further discussion?
Under discussion, Drew, is there any, offsetting limits with the highway, boundary?
Just from, the only thing that really abides is just where their property line starts from the highway, where that right of way's at, and it would be the same, like setbacks and that sort of thing would just be from their property line.
Thank you.
I have a question, so the zoning is approved, so we do, their home is approved as separate.
I assume it's a separate, will that be a separate thing?
If they wanted to put a mobile home in, they would have to still have to apply for conditional use permit.
Mobile home or modular home?
They can do a modular home right now, R1.
They were gonna do that because remember he talked about.
The cost.
Which is why we require.
Conditional use.
Okay,
And at that point, then you can put
And we're not sure where it's going, or
right, we don't know at this
we
time.
don't know any information
So
about that.
the motion basically is to change the zoning and then
Yes.
we'll move
Yes.
forward with the next request. We have a motion and a second, any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Opposed, same sign.
Greg Fields has requested to change his property from an R1 to an R2. And our recommendation is to approve the zoning.
Just like the previous
Yes, it's on the
recommendation.
opposite side of the.
Zoning issue, okay.
Yes.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make it a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
We have neighbors at the property asked to do the same thing a couple years ago, the King family.
No, this is zoning request only. This is not, they're not asking for a conditional use permit to put that house on that property. Is that correct, Kelly?
Not yet.
Not yet, they will.
No, but in that, what he's talking about, the group that came here,
The Kings,
the Kings.
the Kings actually didn't, they withdrew their request, as I recall, before any action was taken on it, didn't they?
Yeah, but what was their original
They
request?
had filed a motion for a request for conditional use permit, then they withdrew it, I believe.
Well, what else was R1?
Yeah, well, I don't think they ever submitted a request to rezone, that I recall.
So this is again, planning, this is strictly a zoning matter.
Strictly a zoning,
Okay, just like the previous.
yes.
Roll call vote, Mayor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Leonard,
I vote no.
Mr. Lambert,
No.
Mr. Gagnon,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Ms. Fields,
No.
Mr. Gilmer.
Oppose.
Motion fails, Dan, is that correct? Is that 4-2? 2-4? Okay.
Thank you.
Again, we want to thank our planning commission for all the work you do for citizens here in town. It's tough, it's a difficult job when you deal with folks' property. We appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we're going, if you would go to the second page of your agenda. We have a public request on the agenda. Mr. Newberry will not be here tonight. He'll be here at our May meeting. Before we get to the Clinch Valley Soil and Water, let me give you an update why we've asked them to be here, or I asked them to be here. This is related to the grant that I mentioned at the last meeting for the welcome area out at the west end of town on the property of VDOT and the county. Since that project began, the rules have changed. The long and the short of it is that that property is no longer available. The VDOT is limited. They have regulations now on grading issues, and they wish to continue to use it for their trucks, storage of equipment, like they have been. So, we had, if you remember, we had submitted a grant, contemplated a grant for this project through VCTA. We withdrew, I asked, talked to Jonathan, asked him to withdraw it. So then I got to thinking, if you've not been by, I asked you to go by, we mentioned the project out at, what we, back several years ago, called the Felicity Project, which is the property west of the government center on the hill. They have already, I can't remember how big it was. That grant about 50,000, 80,000, somewhere in there?
The one that we got was
The one where you all have cleaned off the property. So they're coming tonight, and we're looking at another option and hopefully a way to get that grant funded for the trail area, walking trails in that area, a shelter or stage area, whatever we call it, to enhance that property, make this available to the citizens here in town and those who visit us here in town. So, come on up there. Who's their speaker?
Jeff and I are going to speak together.
Okay. Tag team.
Okay.
Okay.
So, I'll first ask, did this get put into your board packet, or?
Yes, it did.
Okay, so if you want to follow along, that's what we'll be, summarizing. We're not gonna read it word for word. But anyhow, I wanted to say thank you to, the town council and mayor for inviting, us here tonight. Again, my name is Siobhan Nishida, and I'm the district manager at Clinch Valley Soil and Water Conservation District. This is my coworker, Jeff Munner. Jeff has been the lead on this project as far as helping bring the information to us, getting the contractors out there, and working with me on making sure all the grants get done all at the right time, or check marks. So I just wanted to give you a little brief history. I don't know how many of you might have been on the board 15 years ago, or excuse me, a town council, or active there, but recently, I guess, in 2023 is when we started becoming interested in this piece of property, essentially because we moved our offices down to the government center. And looking out of our windows, we saw all the invasive species that were growing there, seeing a fairly neglected piece of property, trash up there. And all of us in our office were like, man, what an opportunity to build an education zone for our community, for our school children, for our people to know about native plant trees, pollinator habitat, and we had someone come to us, talk to us about a Wellspring grant. So I don't know if you know about the Wellspring grant, but that's for health and wellness for communities. So that's a very big, it's a big grant. It's an awesome one. I really hope we can get all our ducks in a row. That was what my first goal was that Wellspring grant. Then we started seeing the channel that's up there in the middle of the property. You can see it very well now. I don't know if any of you all had an opportunity to do your phone on the QR code, but that will open up our website and specifically the whole Pellissippi grant. What Mayor Doty referred to earlier, that was 2010. So this project kind of has been on the town's mind for over 15 years now, I'd say. That was with Virginia Tech's Community Design Assistance Center. I don't know who reached out to them, or they just saw this was an opportunity. I would guess Nathan Brown probably had something to do with it, as he was a graduate from that program. So perhaps he was the one that put those two groups together. If you're not so savvy with your phone to do the QR code, that in orange there is is what you can type in for a link at home. If you haven't had a chance to drive by, this is the before and after photo that was taken about a year apart. And you can see that white trees are all the Bradford pears that are not our favorite trees because they're invasive species. They don't really do much for pollinators, and we're happy that they're all gone now. Let's see. I think I jumped into your space, Jeff, so I'll let you take over. So that's where we are currently. We've got this great Pellissippi plan to sort of bring us ideas, have images to show people. We don't want to build exactly what's in that. We're a little more realistic than what the Virginia Tech students had as a student project. So I get some money, I say, what can we do with this? And we're trying to move forward. Let me just go over the bullet points: trail systems, native plants, habitat restoration, educational signage, and outdoor classroom. That's our 4 goals. And let's see, I think I'll let you talk about what we've gotten done so far, Jeff.
Yeah, absolutely. So far the work that's been done, if you guys have driven by, you've noticed, as she mentioned, all the Bradford pears gone. A lot of the other invasives like Palm Hollow, Tree of Heaven have also been taken out.
I want to interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
You might want to explain to all of us the invasive, the reason to get rid of the invasive plants.
Sure, absolutely. So Bradford pear specifically, it's kind of more of a 4-mill landscaping tree that people have been putting in as part of their landscaping and so forth. Unfortunately, they're not native to this area, and they spread fairly easy through fruits that birds hundreds and other animals eat. And so with their dense spreading across the property, it's important to try to take them out before those trees continue to produce fruit and spread those seeds. So you might notice in Lebanon, we're pretty ate up with breath and pear. But with this property in general, it was my estimation, 80 or so trees that were on the property that have now been removed, which is a big plus in our eyes. And the reason invasives are so bad is because it shades out and competes with native vegetation that's supposed to
grow here.
Supposed to grow here. Yeah.
So let me just give you an example of like the monarch butterfly. Okay, so I know that's not everybody's biggest concern in this world, in this room, but it is a species, and it is just like, a key to this big web of everything that creates our world. So as non-native plants take over, then there's the shading out of pollinator habitat. And so then the monarch butterfly that has to travel from Mexico all the way up to Canada, that's part of its breeding cycle. It flies and stops right here in Lebanon. But if we plant these plants that aren't native to this area, and they take over like the tree of heaven or the Bradford pear, then those native plants that the monarch butterfly would land on and live on and reproduce on, they don't have that place. And so their numbers are falling and falling. And I know you've heard thousands of different things. It's the same thing. So that's why we don't want to encourage people to plant non-native species, and especially these that are invasive that really spread.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah. So, as we were saying, the work to remove these invasive species has already begun and pretty much ended. We're pretty much wrapped up with the invasive removal phase of this practice or this project. We bidded that project out to Appalachian Land Works with Wes Gibson through a competitive still bidding process. And we got the word pretty much immediately after I got the phone with him and told me he was awarded. And he just pretty well wrapped up everything. So if you haven't had a chance to go drive by there and take a look at the work that he's done, I highly recommend it. You can see a lot more about what the property actually has on it, and it's less spread out. So we're really happy to have been able to use the Urban Community Forestry Grant for that work, and we still have some work to do with that grant before it ends in December of 2026. So our next steps now is to help native plant restoration on the property, which means planting new trees, shrubs, native grasses, borders, to try to reestablish that native plant habitat, and also help control any soil erosion that might be happening on the property. We also have money set aside for that grant to do some initial trail design and cost estimations for in the future. So I know we have a couple other issues on the property that we need to address before we get to the trail phase, but we want to go ahead and get that design pretty well in place, try to stay a step ahead so that when these stormwater issues get resolved or can be managed better, and we're ready for a trail system, we can go all in on it and pursue grants like the Wellspring grants or some other grants that we can apply for.
The solid plan of the trail is really key to those grants, like the Wellspring grant. They want to see, just like you all were discussing earlier, which way you're going to come into the driveway. They want to see what are you actually doing. So this part of that $80,000 is one item to do a design on it for the trail. Yes. So to be clear, that Urban and Community Forestry Grant, that's one that we have, and it is a reimbursable grant. So we're working with that funding right now, and we have until December of 2026 to complete our tasks there. We have just submitted a grant for $15,000, and we're hoping to find out in May of this year if we receive that grant. That one is going to specifically address the grasses that are in the zone. Let's see, was that image on our website or that one is?
I don't think that document's been up on the website, but,
Well, it's-
particularly the area, closer, just right beside the government center, below the stormwater drainage. So kind of between, I guess right there behind Seagull. It's kind of a little corner down there.
And very importantly is a mode path that will be established between the farmer's market and where the dam is currently. So that is, again, starting to try to make this connection of how the community can access the property safely. First, we're gonna start with a mode access so that it's not quite ready for a sidewalk yet. Like I said, the design part has to go in there. So that's a fairly small grant. That's through the Nature Conservancy and UVA WISE. They gave us great belief that we will be able to get that grant. They were really excited about it, so I'm excited about it. And they also said it's one that can be continuously renewed if we have like another $15,000 project. Like maybe part of the education center, like gazebo or outdoor classroom, whatever we might get to. So that's a good relationship that we're building there, and I'm excited about that. Hopefully I'll have some good news for us in another month. Let's see. We got all of those things. Oh, we will be doing some herbicide treatment with both of these two grants. That will be key because just cutting all of those invasives, which is what we've done so far, if you do nothing, it will just spring right back up. So we'll be doing some spraying in the fall, is that correct?
Yeah, probably a fall time, application of herbicide, just get any new sprouts that's coming back, and to, hopefully manage that into the future. At least for the initial new grant that's coming back.
As we move forward, if we go with the VC grant request,
Yes.
there's a max on that. Can you assist specifically in the grant, what we're gonna ask for? Have you identified an area we could use that for?
I think that we can
I think it's
definitely.
up to 50.
Yes,
I think.
Ernie and I have been talking, and so I think we'll be able to put together, the key here is that drainage
Yes.
thing, and that is,
Are we still working with Lane Group on that?
The drain, we had a study grant, where the Blaine Group did a study, phase 1 study of what it would take to fix that.
Okay.
Then it got put on hold to make sure that this VDOT sidewalk work wasn't going to be included.
I got you.
We came to the point now that we don't think any culverts or anything like that, and that section's going to be included in the VDOT
Okay.
sidewalk part.
Okay.
so that's a real key one. It's gonna be fairly expensive, Drew, right? Like that's what we kind of got
That's
from
why
the first.
Matthew and them lean that, move forward with these things.
So your VC grant is not, it doesn't go for that kind of thing, I don't think,
No.
but we're gonna have to just try to dig and find some, we're gonna have to get some work together with the town to try to make this happen, because I'm hoping that we're gonna get some momentum here and maybe make it come together. Wells Fargo may be an opportunity to help us with that. I've got to look into it. Let's see, so Drew mentioned the VDOT sidewalk grant, you all know that very well, I'm sure, so we're really excited about that. That's gonna make this a full project that has a lot of match potential to go with any grant that we apply for.
Does this come all the way around to that corner entrance down there?
Yeah, and it comes onto the property,
Oh, yeah, it
so
does.
it's gonna provide great access for anybody who, wants to use the property for recreation.
So Jeff, why don't you give them a little bit of update about the stormwater retention pond
Yeah.
and the channel stabilization and the work that was done on the dam so far and what may still need to be worked on?
Yes.
I don't mean to rush you.
Okay,
We're gonna have to,
zip it up quick?
well, not zip it up quick, and do a summary.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
as far as, the dam itself is concerned, we removed vegetation off it, so we did that with this past week.
Mm-hmm.
So that's been great. That's a positive direction because we have any trees or vegetation growing up on that dam other than grass. So we've got that kind of back to a baseline, which is great.
And that's a town-owned dam for you all to remember, so that is holding the water, the storm water, anytime we have these big rain events, from going all down into our office, into all that gate.
So, but anyways, as far as the getting water there, that's kind of the biggest point, with stream channel, or the stormwater channel being heavily eroded and just deteriorated over time. That needs to be worked on, and water actually to the pond. And there's also a lot of sediment in the pond that needs to be dredged up. And that's something that we're working to try to find out more on, is what the original elevation of that pond is, to figure out how much soil is actually accumulated into that pond, to hopefully get back to its original design's level. And be able to hold more stormwater capacity.
As you, I'm sure all know, things like that are supposed to be maintained, I don't know, on a yearly basis, every other year basis. It should have been cleaned out. Trees should have never been growing in the bottom of that thing. And that column that you see in the middle of the storm drain, it has a drain hole about right here, and the soil is up to that. So it's at least a foot deep with sediment, probably more. Then the next drain hole is up here, and then it goes up over the top on really big events. So it really needs maintenance. I'm actually happy about that, because that means that it's not working as it's supposed to be designed to work. So hopefully if we can get it cleaned out, we'll get less flooding down through all the way to the farmer's market and everything else. A little bit of information about the current soccer fields. That's another thing that Ernie and I have been talking about. So that also drains to that same pond. And we were talking about how potentially that would be great if that could stay as nice fields, so that it doesn't add water to this pond that maybe is undersized. So he's thinking about things in that area too, and is starting to contemplate different ideas. So that's a potential of another connection of outdoor recreation zone, connecting both the Hillside Hillside project and the soccer fields as maybe a permanent part of Lebanon's community activities. So we'll just really quickly hit a couple of these future goals. We would like to say that we're going to keep applying for funding. We're going to maybe potentially be able to work with CGI to put in some storm water reduction projects, which would help with sending so much water down the way. I haven't even opened that book yet, but that's one of my goals. Is just to bring that to the table, see if anybody's interested in that. Let's see, the Wellspring grant, I'd like to revisit the DEQ stormwater grant. I think that's a potential. It would be key if I could get CGI to do what I just said, in order for us to get that DEQ grant. And then the CEDA grant, see where that fits into all of this. Is there anything else that
Well, I think the biggest thing going forward too is just continuing to foster collaboration between the town and IDA and other partners. So bring tourism, provide recreational areas for people, since it's apparently needed, there around the government center area.
and reduce the stormwater?
Sure.
Those are our goals.
Thank you for the work you've already done. Does council members have questions while they're here with us?
Please feel free to stop by our office anytime. We're the furthest on, on the building there, so just to the left of where the county board of supervisors meet. And we're happy to walk with you up there, talk to you about what we're doing, or just show you plans of anything that we've got going on. So.
We'll be doing it, and I know Drew's working with y'all as well, so that's a good communication tool for us, okay?
Great, thank you.
Thank you all.
So at this point, do you all have a specific ask from the town?
We are gonna be asking for continuous support in this project. We're gonna be asking to stay the course on the stormwater thing. So that's gonna be where, I don't know what the town is gonna be able to do. They're gonna put man hours to it, they're gonna have to maybe put money to it. I mean, until the work that we just did with this grant, so.
Well, it's actually ended up contributing to our problem down at the Veterans Memorial Park.
It's all connected, that's the whole drainage system that's going.
Which then goes to the bottom of the sewer issue, correct?
Yeah,
The retention pond, does in order to clean that out back to its original design, does that need to be permitted by you all or DEQ or?
So, from my conversations with DEQ, if we are maintaining the stormwater, I just need to write a letter saying we are trying to bring this stormwater retention pond back into compliance. And my husband, who reviews those permits, said that would be good.
Siobhan, part of the scope of work with Lane Group was an opinion of probable cost to fix, or a different fix for the stormwater management, or the channel, yes. Do you remember what those numbers were? Because we looked for it today and we didn't.
I couldn't remember how, I know he did the presentation out when we had that meeting, but I don't remember, I couldn't find any papers or.
It seemed like it was hundreds of thousands of dollars. Does that sound right?
I was remembering 150, but.
I was thinking $200,000 for some reason, so that's telling me. So we hadn't had any luck or any,
Well, I have not gone forward with the DEQ grant because I was kind of led to just hold on that. And so I'm ready to try that. I think it opens in August and closes in October or something like that. But talking with the lady that is in charge of that, or locally is in charge of that grant, that's Kelly Miller. She works right there with my husband, so she walked with me around the site and she said, okay, to reduce the nitrogen going into the system, that would mean like sucking the water into the ground in some location further up. So that's where this CGI idea has come into.
Well,
But
I think what we could do is just continue our discussions on what we, before we get to what an ask is.
Yeah.
I think what Mr. Gilmer's ask is a very good starting point, because we need to know, and you all need to know when you're seeking grants.
Right.
And
This Lane Group study, I think we need to definitely, I would encourage y'all, this problem's not gonna go away. And whether we just do the trees and remove the native invasive species and we finish our $80,000 grant and just say, okay, well, that's it. This is a stormwater issue that between you guys and IDA probably just need to figure it out, some money's gonna have to be put into it. So I don't know what the town has as far as stormwater management funding, but this is a concern and it is affecting your farmer's market and everything you do
downstream.
Not to mention all offices in the government center too.
Oh, yeah.
Something happens at the Florence Government Center, there's a lot of people that's losing hours and hours and hours in particular projects.
We just had.
I don't think we'll get to that point.
We don't want to.
Well, these 100-year flood events storm events are happening more and more, as we know. So it's probably something that's just not going to go away. We did just have in our board, in my board of directors meeting, there was an announcement about FEMA funds for events that happened on that President's Day weekend, and Russell County got listed in that group. So I was like, I wonder if we can talk to FEMA about that channel.
Particularly since it's the flooding issue.
Right. So that's another kind of far reach idea of mine that I'm gonna try to follow up with.
Okay. Thank you all.
We'll keep searching for some.
All right. We'll be in touch. We'll be talking. Okay?
Thank you all.
Thank you. Miss Melissa Kaiser. It's like the price is right. Come on down.
I thought there's so much water in it.
Good to see you.
How is everybody? Y'all all loving the plan?
Melissa Kaiser, big show.
Okay. What, I guess it's not basically, I just asked you guys what questions, did you get the paper? What's going on here? Okay. I probably need, the reason I'm here is to make y'all aware that we are a national qualifying show. That's gonna mean a lot to Lebanon. Maybe more than what I probably should have on, I'm sure it is, but we'll see. But we've already got tracks signed up for Wyoming, Wisconsin, Georgia. It's Florida, so I'm going
parking, of course, we're gonna put a cap on it, you know, which is what we're gonna have to do. Because we can't raise messing up those soccer fields, you know, the back with trucks. So we thought about putting the kids zone back there, you know, we've already, Valley Health is sponsoring that for us this year, we're excited about that. So we thought about doing that. I wanted to ask you all about closing the road, seeing about getting a road closure between Wendy's, just that little section there, the two-lane road between Wendy's and the government center. Do you know the main road?
Main Street down to the
Yes.
parking lot.
Yeah, just to put food trucks down that road right there. It would still leave the road open behind there.
So how could go through Technology Park?
There's still a way for everybody to.
There is.
Oh, yeah, they still.
They can circumvent it.
That would open up so much space.
The only, which is not an issue, because it would be an issue anyways, that would increase traffic between the kids zone and the government center, but they got, those residents have to get out, so we said that.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be too bad.
Well, we'll have
people there,
town
maybe.
police, I mean, we can work together on the
Okay.
traffic issue.
I think that'd be a good idea. It'd free up a lot of space for, if we could get the food trucks out of the parking lot.
Sure,
And
sure.
And we may, stage, I don't know where we're gonna put it yet, truly. I know we can't put it up there like we used to, near the building. Is that correct? Okay, can't put it up there, so we're gonna have to put it, I think, in a far corner, which I'm not sure how that sound will work with everything. But like where the shed is and the main building, maybe get it up there in that corner. Not sure about that, but it needs to, we gotta figure that out, so if anybody has any ideas on that, that'd be great, I'll appreciate that, cause I don't know. You have any
So the
thoughts?
stage was backed up to the government center.
It
And then
was
we-
like the first 3
Then
years.
we moved it to the bottom.
But then, yeah, there was some work.
Kevin can speak to it.
Kevin?
In a fire issue, fire code marshal is not put it close to the building, or they get that fire lane. Open if the fire does happen, so it gotta be away from the building in case the fire hazards happen, so the fire lane gotta be kept clear.
We put it at the west end of that far west end.
I know my husband's a truck driver, but tell me which one is which.
Now, toward
They told the soul and water.
toward the soul and water lady, the property there, we just got through talking.
Yeah, that's where I was thinking. Probably on that end, it's gonna have to work a bit up there, but, that is a lot of those employees don't leave until like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. The stages will have to put it on Thursday evening. So,
What was the issue? Was it a power issue? What was the issue down low?
yeah, really not a huge issue. We just was trying to get all that cleared out where we could have registration there, as everybody came down the hill at Wendy's.
Okay.
And open that up a little bit, trying to make it just the flow a little bit better, I guess. But it's gonna be hard because I know those employees have to have a place to park, and they usually have that section over toward the farmer's market, and I know it's hard for them to clear out. I'm asking a lot for them to close half a day.
So they've been doing that, closing it.
Oh, yeah, they close at noon, but we'll have to have the stage in there on the evening. I don't know about, parking, I don't wanna make any, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll work.
Well, I hope so.
Once we know we're placing.
Yeah, so we can talk about it. Yeah, we play,
Oh,
we
yeah,
play the farm.
yeah, she stuck out all the employees in the government
Yes,
center.
yes, but I'm surely we can work that out, I'm going to talk to you about that, but, the stage expense, I think I talked with you about, did y'all see that, and did I send a copy of the?
Stage contract.
Thank you, appreciate that. I know you guys help every year so much, but if we could just get that stage paid for, it would be greatly appreciated. I'm not sure that can happen, but we're asking. So, we're trying to keep everything, we've had a lot of people donate, but I'm trying to keep everything for the kids, everything free. I don't want them to have to pay for anything. So we're just trying to raise all of it in order to do that. And I think it's gonna be, we're anticipating a lot larger crowd, so.
Let's have a little bit of fun.
And I hope it brings, I hope it brings as much to the town, as like with the restaurants and hotels, and, I hope it brings you all good business too, so I hope all around it works out, for everybody, so. And Angie, has helped me come up with a plan for parking, that's another big issue, we don't have any parking. So, ideas, or we thought about, Fort County Transit offered to let us use the use of 2 of their vans if we find drivers for them. But we would have to designate parking areas through the town, which you may need to talk to Drew about. But try to find some, that we could advertise that on our website and everything, like parking spaces just for the spectators, and then bus them to the location. I don't know, what are y'all's thoughts on that?
Well, we've done what requested the parking lots at the high school, we just go out there with the buses. We've got a bus too, though.
Yeah, I talked to Lou about it too, so.
About, you know, we can pick the park out there and we bring them to the site.
Another benefit of the buses is because we don't have an accurate count on how many people show up. It makes grants a little bit more difficult when they ask for how many people are there, so we'll be able to count how many people we transport.
We've applied for a grant for the last 2 years, and they want numbers.
Sure.
So we've got to get numbers this year, because there's too many places to go in and out in Church Show. So we've got to figure that out this year, so we can.
Friday evening's your main issue. Saturday, there'll probably be more parking available in town, shouldn't there?
Yeah, if we do the transit though, we need dedicated parking areas so that we can advertise this as we parking get picked up.
Schools,
and the time
school
that
will be
we
going
go.
on by this point.
The bottom hospital lot, did the hospital allow us to use the bottom lot? Mayor?
Yeah, I already talked to Susan about that too.
School will be back in.
Is it already going early again?
Yes, it'll be back in that weekend or that week. So we've got that going
The
on.
CGI, are they completely back in the office?
I wonder about that.
A couple days a week, I think. Like, everybody that's working there now is up to 3 days a week in house, I think.
You could possibly talk to them. I can figure out who to talk to there, or actually, probably the mayor could as well.
Chad Newberry has also told us that we can use his property for parking. If we can get, we talked to people about that yesterday. We're just trying to find some people around that don't mind, you know, and just.
Primary school.
That would be, well, school, we could use it on Saturday though.
Yeah.
I mean, we just have to maybe not worry so much about.
When did you say school starts today?
I think it's, you want to hear mine for sure? I think it's that week of the traffic show.
It was the second week of August last year.
Yeah, it didn't
Yeah.
start till the 11th.
Oh,
The
it
11th, Mayor?
does. Teachers go back, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, school won't start till the second week.
So we don't go back to Monday, you know, that.
Yeah, it'll be after, be
Good
ready to
deal,
show that.
good deal, it'll be good.
Unless they backed it up a week.
Okay, that's good.
We'll
It was
check.
8th or 9th last year.
No, it was on the truck show weekend last year, but it started on that Friday. Yeah, yeah, it started then. So, I'm not sure, I'm not rambling, but the company that we used last year for cleanup was not. I'm sorry. Greg and I spent 3 hours down there on Sunday before church picking up trash. But, so we gotta figure out something about trash pickup and, you know, keeping the bathroom, you know, all that good stuff done, so.
I saw that in your request, or you
Yeah.
want our guys to help again.
I would love that. I don't think we got to do that last year.
I don't believe we did we?
And we're supposed to have those people.
You had a.
And that was
That's what it was, it was that.
Yeah, so it worked great when your all's guys did it. Everything went smooth, it was great. But, last year was a disaster. I'm making sure we know that company. I hate to say that about somebody, but that was just bad. So I think that's about everything, isn't it? That we needed to, just the road closure. I mean, if anybody has any ideas about parking or, I just know we're gonna have, we do anticipate a bigger crowd, so we gotta go ahead and be ready for that. And that means getting your house help. But I do appreciate everything y'all do.
Well, I just found out they're gonna open school August 12th.
Great. That's even better. So we
August
can-
12th, 2025.
Okay, so that works good. And another thing, I don't know if y'all read through this White Lines and Stripes National qualification. We're big because this town is a beautiful town, not just because of the work we do at Church Show. They went through, out of 100 and some shows, and picked every one of these listed here to do this. So they really like our town, they like the way we're in things, they like what we stand for. So I think that should be an honor within itself for the town and for everybody. So.
It's just a win-win, I think, for all of us.
Well, I hope so. I hope we don't cause too much trouble.
You're not trouble.
But, well, I hope not. But is there anything else y'all need to ask me or what something we need to do different? Anything,
Any questions this time?
anything y'all think we need to work on? Nothing?
Mayor, you gonna be a conduit with the county administrator on?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'll talk
Oh, with the.
parking and all that,
Yeah,
logistics, we'll work with all that.
yeah, great.
I know it's a good place for a stage. that you
Yeah,
can
that's,
use.
yeah, that'd be good.
Okay,
What were your thoughts on that contract? Did you look over it?
well, it's,
The price?
I mean, it's pretty comparable to what we've been doing. We looked at,
Pretty good price.
Cedar Fair, it's good.
2 days, right?
Yeah.
That's a good price.
Well, I don't think anything they're, it's the Bennett family, I'm sure, because they're gonna be here. They don't have the pavilion much, Motor Speedway.
The
So
Bennett
they're-
family of their company?
Yes, they're gonna be here with their setup and everything, so, because they're who sponsors this whole national championship. So I think it's the guy giving them more of a favor than, I have no idea.
Okay,
So that's what it is, so.
okay.
All right, if y'all have any questions, or we can do anything better, let me know.
All right, thank you.
Thank
What
you.
you love doing, Melissa, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
This gentleman here on the, Mr., is it Pale?
Yes, sir.
Coming forward there. Southern co-owner.
Yes, sir. I'm Donnie Bell, and we're a tower communications infrastructure provider out of Chattanooga, Tennessee. And we've been working, our consultant's been working with Drew and all of that. Prior to submitting the conditional use permit, we want to come in and have an opportunity to talk with you. We're proposing to put a 180-foot tower down here behind the mayor spots. And I know Drew's got some concerns about the height of that, and I'm here to kind of take back what I can and try to find a solution to use that property. The FCC, as you know, Lebanon is a very historic district and beautiful too. And so we want to be good corporate citizens, so rather than submit a conditional use permit and come in and go about it that way, I want to come and have an opportunity to talk with you to see if there's some suggestions you can give us to help us make this thing get done here. You know, you got a tower here on this side of town, a tower on this side of town. And there comes a time when you gotta put one in the middle because of the capacity.
I'm gonna hang out, I'm gonna hold on. See what it counts.
But, and I'll just say, I am glad I got to come today to see those state champions. My son was one of the state championship ring in football.
Yeah.
And he told me, he said, on the day I took him back to school on Monday, he said, well, there's one thing I know for sure, Dad. What's that? He said, I'm gonna have something you ain't never had. I said, what's that? He said, state championship. I said, only about that.
So Drew, it's 180 feet?
Yeah, we've met, I've actually talked with Ms. LaWan, most of the Southern Towers, and they came, it's been a while, actually, that we've been talking about this. I mentioned to her, like I said, it does require conditional use permit, to even get started. So we went to the historical district, talked about it, and they tried to see if there was any other areas in town, cause of the height. And then the next step was they proposed flying a balloon to try to get a view of what that height would be. I guess there was some electric power lines or something in the way there. So I talked to Ms. LaWan and just said, the best thing to do is probably just want to come talk with the planning commission, and hash out, try to figure out what you can do, if there's any other sites that would work. And that's when Mr. Pell decided he just wanted to come talk with you guys.
What about, that's kind of down there in the residential area down there,
What about Medflight and that kind of thing?
right near the hospital there.
Medflight comes in all the time.
Sorry. She had a question regarding
I
that.
just
We'll have full FAA approval already on 180 feet. So I guess my proposal, because like we said, we offer to fly a balloon and there's power lines and stuff down there like that. And I hadn't seen the property until today, and I agree that probably 180 feet is too high. So what I'd like to propose is to bring a small crane in and set it up in the back parking lot there. It'll be exactly where the tower goes, so it's got all those wires from across it. But I still think I can get in there and set up the crane, and we'll start at 180 feet and come down, and try to find the height that you guys live with this thing as easy as, we wanna make it tall enough so that we can provide for all the carriers, so, you know, a year from now, somebody else not coming in, wanting to put one across the street or something like that. We wanna try to provide for all the carriers. This tower needs built for capable of carrying 4 people.
4 groups, 4 businesses?
Yes.
Who are, you know who they'll be?
Well, Verizon is our main tenant, they're our anchor tenant. But this, it'll be designed big enough to carry 3 additional tenants.
Okay. Got a lot more, I need some more information, really.
Well,
But that's kind of what-
I'll speak up, like, I think it would be very detrimental to our view shed downtown. Regardless, the same concerns, 180, I would probably have at 100. I don't think it, just right now at this point, I don't think it's a project that I can support. And that's just me individually.
Is there a different place that we might could move that you could think of? I mean, you know,
Have you been to the regional industrial park?
I have not been to the regional industrial park. I did ride through the technology, park today.
Well, I kind of like where the other towers are on the exterior of town.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's
Just to
the
be honest,
problem.
just to be honest with you.
Right, and those are, they have 3 carriers on them, you see those 3 sets of antennas. Well, now it gets to the point where there's so much, phone traffic going through those 2 towers, you just can't carry it anymore. I'm sure there's probably times during the, like this struggling that you have here, you're not gonna get service, because everybody's phone will reach capacity point, and that, so the way the, a cell tower works, kind of in really simple layman's terms, is it has a pilot channel that kind of sets the footprint of the site. As more carriers come on the site, it kind of starts to shrink up. Shrink up, so then you can't, so once those 2 are shrunk so far, then you know, there's no more, you can only get 5 pounds of sugar in a 5-pound bag.
So are you anticipating that we will have trouble with communications? Because we're not having, I don't know of any businesses, the hospital, myself, or anyone that's having any trouble with communications in town at this point.
How about like when you have the truck show here?
My phone works.
I don't recall any trouble. I mean, any of our events at this point.
Well,
that I recall.
You know, so kind of the way we go about, we don't think we're built towers. We have a carrier that comes to us, and Verizon came to us and said, you know, we'd like to have a tower in there if you can get it done. Yeah. And so we found a piece of property, and we've been working on this thing for probably, I don't know, a year and a half or something like that.
So, as far as proximity goes, how far away from the center of town can you be?
Well, it just depends. I mean, there's so many factors, you know, because it's so hilly through here.
What about like where water stuff for?
Where's
You take the corner lot there where
Where did
Simmons
you-
just purchased Polycap up there, down in the corner.
That's why I asked you if you look at the regional industrial park, it's on the bridge.
It's up there next to Walmart.
Yeah, up on the hill, if you're going, yeah.
Oh, it's on Mount that way.
It's the middle exit in town pretty well.
Yeah, it's on the very top of there, next.
Well, I think the other, when you get too close to the other tower, then Verizon's on both of these towers.
See, the other tower just above the cemetery.
Yeah, I know there's one up there, but you're saying,
What's our tank, Drew, at the middle of town? Quillen.
it's straight up behind you. Still yours.
I mean, that's the most central.
Pretty close.
Part of town that we have.
That's a water main?
What's the footprint?
Well, of the site, we're proposing a 60 by 60 in there.
So it'll be a fence 60 by 60 setup, that'll take care of your guide wires and everything?
That won't be any guide.
No guide, just
It'll be just a
straight fence?
straight pole. It won't be like one of these big towers sit here. It'll be, something that's more similar to, we call it a monopole. You can't say it looks like a street light because it's a lot taller than a street light, but it's just a cylindrical pole that goes up. No guide wires on it, no three legs, just a steel pole. And all platform there, and a bigger antennas.
Just like we see on exhibits.
Yeah. Be smaller than that, slightly, because that platform on, a guide, I mean, on a self-support tower down like that is, you know, it's a lot bigger because the face of that tower is bigger. This will be on collar shrunk down. And we can try to make it as close to we can put the smallest platforms in there we can to kind of.
So at 180 feet in the middle of town, you have a big red flashing light on?
No flashing light.
There would not be a light on?
We're not required by the FAA to have a light.
Okay.
Well, back to the,
And
the hip mid-flight here,
The helicopter flies
where
in
you're
and out.
proposing
He says it's already approved.
is, the mid-flight hospital is just, you can, an eyeball, you can see it from where you're talking about.
But, and I have no problem putting a, flashing red light on it at nighttime if, you know, we can certainly do that. It's not a requirement to go to the FAA, but we can, you know, we can always do more than what we're asked to do.
Drew, what did, sorry again, go ahead.
I just thought that light might be a problem for people living.
The red's not so bad, it really flashes up, it doesn't, you know, the white ones are the ones that are detrimental. I mean, they're not detrimental, but they're terrible when you walk down and see one.
So historical, what specifically did they say in their letter? I never saw a copy of it.
They said, you know, it would, you know, affect the downtown height of it, so that's when they asked them to check out other sites, and I think that's when they came back, so they couldn't find any other sites, and that's when we got to this point, on finding the height. That was their recommendation.
So did they use, specific language, like that they oppose us approving?
I have to quote that.
The reason I ask is because a lot of the grants that we've received, Mayor, you know, they go through historical. And keeping the integrity of the historic district, I think, is important in some of that funding.
You know, this is just a list of questions that we'll all have to
Right.
address, you understand? I mean.
Yes, sir, and that's the reason for being here, rather than submitting a, application, I'd rather come in and talk about it and make you aware that we're trying to do it. You know, we're not trying to come sliding in the middle of the night or anything like that, and really want to make sure we get.
You are open to another site.
Kind of, I mean, we can move, I'll try to move it, but that Verizon's picked that site, so they've approved that site.
So you picked the sites that
Well,
they approved the site.
we've tried to find other sites, we couldn't find any other places that were within that ring. Now, that ring's pretty small, it's only about a quarter of a mile ring. So there's not much, you know, when you go a quarter of a mile around that.
So the proximity of this tower needs to be a quarter of a mile from the statue in the center of town.
Said as the crow flies.
Maybe a quarter mile radius.
And you're really limited, I mean, he's really limited on where he could put it. I mean, basically.
That's not far.
On the, you know, who's got enough, you know, boundary to be able to put it in.
Those Wilkins products in that boundary. Didn't it?
Quarter of a mile.
Well,
I hope so.
we're on
Is it
duty
quarter
taxes
mile
up there above it.
total, or is it a quarter mile radius?
Quarter mile radius.
It's gonna be a half mile from side to side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or Carlton, you know, there's those, that farmland up there, but
Oh, that's right.
first man's at Church Street.
North Church.
Yeah.
That killing tank.
So you're open to private or private?
We're
public.
Yeah, we're open to anything that can work. I mean, you know, Verizon wants a site here, we want to provide it, and we want to also be good corporate citizens. We don't want to.
Are you spending the night here tonight, or traveling somewhere there?
I was going back to Chattanooga, but I guess for the night.
Go back to Chattanooga tonight?
Well, I was gonna go to,
Oh,
I've got a daughter in,
Oh.
King Sports,
I mean, could you spend the night and visit with?
Absolutely. Yeah.
so he's gonna be here.
He's going to a water.
How you going?
What about the assistant town manager?
The mayor, could you meet the
I
mayor?
won't be here tomorrow.
I think that would be best, I mean, so the
I can spend the night, or I can come back next week, it don't matter to me.
Drew will probably be available next week, you can come visit. From the statue to the kiln tank is 495 yards.
That's the quill. We don't
Quill, well, instead of quill.
We got
We don't do that up there anymore. It's no longer the train station. You come back next week, I think it'd be best.
I think, I'd like to be able to make Drew and do a little, let you drive around with him, he may see some things that we're not seeing. too.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah, I'm open to, that was really the whole purpose of it, was to come and, see if we couldn't find a way to, skin this cat.
Okay.
You just need to be between the two, so.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd give, I mean, now you know where the monument is too. That'll give you a chance to Google map it, do a radius check.
Well, I'll get you, and the lady that we had to do this out there, Tammy, she's spent a lot more time here, she's way more familiar with the property we talked to, so I'll have her here with me.
That'd be good.
So that way we can all ride around and see if we can find a way to skin this cat.
All right,
Thanks you guys for your time.
Are you going to be long, we have another thing. Well, you just want to change the
The
Halloween
longer I
day.
stay, the more I'm gonna ask for.
Thank you.
I'm just kidding.
Halloween day, is that the issue?
And I'll have more information about that other stuff, I'll talk to you.
We'll talk later.
She gets 3 minutes, Mayor.
No, I mean, I'll talk to her later, I'm gonna let Jonathan come up here.
Have a good one. I don't have a lot.
You said you're tickled to death.
How are y'all this evening?
Pretty good, how are you?
I'm pretty good. I ain't no stranger, that's for sure, fella. Please. Something's come to my attention. Councilman, however you speak out here, not real sure. I've been here since I was a teenager. Got a skate park and got too short with it. I ain't got a lot of time either, but I keep getting these nuisance letters. I've got several of these things. When I owned the property when I was buying, and when my dad currently is buying, pays his taxes, senior citizens, and he gets here 78 years young. That's my final notice. And I'm hoping not to ever receive another one from this board, or however you speak there. Because there's more problems than just my dad's property in this town. He's got broke down lawnmowers, piles of firewood in his front yard. He's poor in hell, he's a hillbilly, he's lived here 78 years, y'all almost. Y'all know him. Y'all know me, I put shingles on your house, I'll cut my finger off for you, bro. I break my business down the window every time I need something. If I can't fix it, that's my go-to guy. I talked to Mr. Short just the other day, I come out here, and for clutter and nuisance and, I've been driving by, I've lived where 38 years, y'all. I drive by it every time I leave my house. I don't say nothing about it, because at the end of the day, it's none of my damn business. I could care less what everybody does with their property, but for some reason, someone cares about mine. I'm glad they do. Wish they paid the taxes on it, since they care so damn much. There's plenty of eyesores in our town. I've drove around today, pinpointed a few garages here and there, and that's way worse than my dad's place. He can't even get around them garages if it was a catch on fire. People would die. I think that's more important than a sticker or broken lawnmower on somebody's front damn yard. At this point, I feel we're being harassed. Our rights are being infringed upon, and that's not right, y'all. I ain't going nowhere. My family ain't going nowhere. And I'm always going to have crap in my damn yard. Every day of my living life, because that's how I make my living off that junk. Just not nice junk like everybody else has. I don't keep it very long. I haul it up at the wood line. I ain't covered it up. I was going to, but now I'm not. I'm about to put up an ugly blue tarp with all kinds of just whoever's business it is that's minding mine. I seem to have enough time to mind it being mine. These come from this board, I was told, and it aggravates the hell out of me that this town has this much time to worry about someone's front yard. I lived in Slabtown 30 plus years of my life, ain't nobody ever gave a hell about Slabtown. Hell, cops don't come up in there much. I see Jason gave a hell. But other than that, I see them go up and park and hang out up at the top of the hill half the damn night. I don't care what I worry about that now. That's their business, not mine, I don't care. I just, at this point, want my family to be left the hell alone so we can thrive in our town that we love, and we've lived here long enough to do that, I think. Just want to be left alone. If my dad's gonna get letters, everybody else deserves to get a damn letter. And there's some people, you know, I'm not pointing no fingers, but they know who they are. They have not got a letter, is that right, Drew?
I don't know exactly sure.
Service center, corner here, right in town.
Yeah,
Anybody
we've got
see?
plenty of letters.
I was told no.
Oh, yeah.
I was
Who
told
told you
no.
no? Who did tell you the truth?
Well, I mean, it's a misdemeanor from what I see, and they hell, like anybody who went to jail. So is it something to worry about? Hell, I don't know. It's just aggravating y'all. It's a nuisance to me that y'all think that I'm a nuisance. That's a nuisance to me. I'm poor and I want to buy that damn thing. I'm not, and that's how I choose to live. I don't need the headache with money. I don't need that problem. I just, at the end of the day, want to be left the hell alone, the whole thing. Or I'm gonna make it a point to come to every board meeting until something's done about other people. I wish they never received any of these letters, y'all don't have time for this. Hell, the cops brought it to me. Crime must be down since I quit raising hell, I guess. Ain't done it for a year. I mean, it's nonsense. They got better stuff to do than deliver mail. They don't wear a mail badge, they wear a police badge for a reason. They're not mailmen and women. They're servants to our community. And this is just, it's shameful that there's nothing else better to do. And we're about to stick in somebody's front yard. Slabtown of all them, play hell, bring it here, tell them to put a tire in my house. I don't give a damn. At the end of the day, I don't care. I just want to be left alone, my family left alone. I'm going to start picking like people out here are picking. I don't like picking. I just want to be left alone. I'm sure if Leonard's getting letters, hell, he wants to be left alone too, but he sits on the board. So, hell,
Ain't got nothing to do with it.
so hell with it, right? I don't want to say hell with it. I believe in keeping the yard nice and clean. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to open up a dump, and I'm going to open up a junkyard the next letter I get, and it's going to be terrible. I got more junk than y'all know about. Y'all ain't seen all my shit. I have a bunch. I keep it out of sight, most of it. I have a scrap metal pile, but that's nothing. Wood pile, a couple of dogs and some chickens, which are in cages. And I'm about to probably open up a chicken house in Slabtown. I have a home for it. It needs to be tore down from what I've been told by a couple of people that work for this town. I'll put a chicken house in, some hogs, and hell, listen, I'll let them come out here and kind of y'all. Because I don't, this is nonsense, y'all. And that's about all I had to say. I don't want no more cops coming to my house for damn mail calls. That's sad. At the end of the day, it's sad. They don't get paid to deliver mail, they get paid to be cops. Pretty sure deliver mail ain't their day job title. So don't send another one to my house. Don't have Eric send one, y'all let Eric know. Don't send one. And if I call, we send one. But how about power law? I don't like to either damn way, but I just don't need this a nuisance in my life. Both of my parents are bad health, they're old as hell, and y'all know, a couple of y'all know who they are. And they're bad health. And the people that I've grown up around, they're getting a little age on there. They're not the best health either. If the day sticks, all y'all got to worry about, y'all got problems in the lawnmowers. There's cars sitting around every day where I look without tags, they're not been sitting there so long, you got damn mold growing on. And my dad keep parking a Walmart in Slabtown with the hood off of it for a month. Come on, y'all. Don't do that. Y'all have a good day. Be safe going home. God bless you, and I love all y'all.
Okay, Ms. Anderson.
So I need to talk about home on home. I know it's early, but I start in January, and we have a huge problem with home on home this year. It's on a Friday, Virginia High. There's no way possible that we can have 6,000 people in town with a home game going on, so.
Mr. Potts will change it to Thursday night for you if it's Halloween's on Friday night.
Do what?
You can change
Can we do that?
I think he will.
Christmas, yeah, I used to change it.
They, officiating got so tight, they did a lot of games to Thursday night last year.
Well, we talked about that when we looked up the schedule, but we were worried that we couldn't hang our hats on it possibly getting changed because we didn't have refs, so.
Let me make a call for you, Ian.
That would be awesome, because
Well,
I think
that
Friday is
takes
so much
care
better than
of it,
Thursday.
yeah.
But the only problem is there other, I didn't look to see if any other schools in the county had a home game either, do you know? Because I don't want to impede on anybody else's home game too, because I mean, the town when everybody's gonna be trick-or-treating and coming out here, and then we'll have, you know what I'm saying? I don't either, so just. Because the whole county comes, you know, not just Lebanon, so.
Yeah, let's take one step at a time here. I'll call you.
I start stressing because I've already booked stuff.
I know you have, you see, yeah.
Anyway,
I know,
okay.
okay.
Thank y'all.
All right.
Fix it for me.
Oh, you fix
That's
it.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can ask for more stuff. I did have one announcement. We're gonna be doing another dinner and a show on May 16th. It's a comedy show this time. And I'm trying to work it out where Eric does something after the show too. So dinner at my place, then the show, and then we're gonna have something at Eric's. The Willow. Yeah.
Okay.
And we're working on some other stuff too, but I'll bring that later when we finalize this one. Other than that, I'm good, thanks.
Thank you, Nancy.
Y'all have a lovely night.
Should have asked for a burger.
Oh, we need a dark syrup.
Listen to her.
Actually.
Hey, Nate.
Sir.
Come on in here.
Come on, squeezy.
Pretty good, how are you?
Yeah.
When you get home, so I'll speak to them.
It'll be okay. Yeah.
Good evening, council members. My name is, for those of you who don't know me, Nathan Bauenberger. I'm the owner and head instructor at the Japan Karate Do of Lebanon. A newly established martial arts dojo serving the people of our community since November of 2024 in partnership with Lee Grappling and Coach Dylan Smith of the Wrestling High School program. Our mission is to help students of all ages build strength, physically, mentally, and emotionally, through traditional karate instruction rooted in respect, discipline, confidence, and personal growth. I founded this school to honor my late instructor, Howard, who I met during a time at Virginia Intermont College. He told me to test for promotion after one semester, and after that I was pretty much hooked. But for me, at the time, it wasn't about the training. Mr. Smith gave me direction, leadership, and a second family outside of home, being away from home. He passed the torch to me, just as the others passed it to him, across many generations of this lifestyle. His mentorship taught me that if you have the ability to make something better, you also have a responsibility to try. That belief is why I'm here today. We currently work with 11 students ranging in age ranges from 4 years old to adults, and we're growing every week. Many families are turning to martial arts to help their children overcome anxiety, build confidence, and develop emotional resilience. One of our students, by the name of Bo Cook, is a powerful example of this. He joined us struggling deeply with anxiety, hated group play, and cried nearly every class. But with consistent encouragement and guidance, Bo now stands on the mat, has made friends, and is thriving. His mother tears up when she sees how far he's come. We teach students that self-defense is a last resort. Through karate, they learn how to avoid confrontation, stay calm under pressure, and carry themselves with confidence. These are lifelong skills and reduce violence, build character, and empower kids to face life with dignity. We are proud to be a new small business investing in Lebanon, releasing space locally at the Stinson Heating and Cooling, and again in partnership with Mr. Smith, and supporting nearby services and offering something family-friendly and positive for our residents. As we grow, we hope to host regional karate tournaments and seminars right here in Lebanon. Events that will bring in visitors, benefit local hotels and restaurants, and highlight our town in a positive way. Our current needs to expand our programs and ensure student safety, we are in urgent need of floor mats, basic protective equipment, and construction essentials. These it for proper instruction and safe learning for the environment. We are respectfully asking for any information available, grants, community support programs, whether for small businesses, youth development, or health and wellness that could help us meet these needs. We would also greatly appreciate the town's help in spreading the word about our program, specifically maybe featuring the events or sign-up days in the town's social media pages, displaying upcoming karate events on the town hall digital signs, partnering with the town annual youth wellness or anti-bullying initiatives with the high schools. And in closing, our vision is to make this business, the Japan Karate Do, more than just a business. We want it to be a space for mentorship, transformation, and community building. With your support, we can grow into a long-term resource for the youth and families of Lebanon, a place where children can become leaders, adults can find purpose and values of respect, responsibility, and courage that are lived out every day. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Hey, Dave, there's some places that you could probably need to talk to, BC, there's, the grants that you're talking about, and maybe with, IDA, we've got that, $7,500 grant. So I need you, if you would, leave your contact number with Miss Day in there, so I can get that with you.
Absolutely. Appreciate y'all. All right.
See you.
Yes, sir. Thanks so much. Have a great day.
Good to see you.
See y'all.
See, buddy. See.
How long's your report? Oh, well, let's get him.
I got it.
Get up here.
They gave him a grant, so every means we can try, I thought, I was gonna say, look, give him a report, Jesse,
Let's get Jesse.
Go, Jesse, come on. Let's go.
We got that shit in our,
We've gotten that in our agenda today.
I first want to apologize that you gave me and not Eric tonight. He was busy, doing some umpiring and this program. Let me tell you, he was solid. A lot of hard acts to follow here tonight. I hope I didn't do him justice. We drove a total, the police department as a whole drove a total of 16,661 miles last month. That's a whole lot of miles, and I promise you, there was a lot of those, on the road. Our total sums, one in tickets and cases is 138, showing 19 total traffic summons, 76 warning tickets, 43 criminal cases. We had 13 misdemeanor arrests, 5 felony arrests, 4 motor vehicle crashes, 2 of those were reportable and 2 of those were not. Had a DUI arrest, 14 motorist assist, 812 total calls for service, and our total fuel usage was 1,282.3 gallons. I think those are pretty good numbers. We break down our cases by officer back there on the back page. I think everybody was anywhere from 1 to 7 criminal cases, and anywhere from 2 to 33 summons issued. Our special detective Matt Hurd, he had a good month. And we used record services a total of 4 times. 2 of those were under request and 2 of those were not. There's also, attached to the back of my packet, there was a estimate for it's basically for a new camera system for the camera that protects our monument here in town. Looks like the total was $390. Any questions I can answer for you?
Handle that $300 approved.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Who that camera, is that out David already?
Should be Dan's.
I messed it up. It was, can you put it up?
It's been there for several years, and I still got to do it.
That's all I want to do. I was gonna say, we just put a new one up there back when we had all those protests. That we all were doing.
pretty short report this month. First item on here is the AEP streetlight quote. I know we are, that's the council interested in possible phase 3 from the town hall to the DMV. Jim Porter has provided the scope of work and the quote for that at $255,362. And this would be all poles. When he did this, we tried to look at both sides. This would be all poles on the left-hand side of the road going down there. There would be no poles on the right-hand side. But it would get the 3 light poles that are there right now removed, so there'd be no overhead wires, and all the wooden poles would be removed from that, from DMV and Presbyterian Church. So that's that information. If anybody has any other questions.
Could you include that in our, we have our budget workshop, include that?
Drew, those streetlights, those, that would also be approved under the urban maintenance,
I
correct?
don't see why not. The first 2 phases were,
Right.
so.
I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
And I didn't have time to go back and look at it. The sidewalk project we did with VDOT up on Technology Park Drive, was that an agreement with urban maintenance, or was that general fund?
That was, savings, capital savings. The first payment, $131, that we had to pay out of that, we paid in 3 payments. The $131, we just did it out of capital savings, and we'll work in the budget for the next 2 payments.
Which budget?
The next 2 coming up.
10 budgets.
Town, not urban maintenance.
No, I can't.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to
But
make sure.
it wasn't in this year's budget when the payment was due, so that's
Right.
what we capital
Where
savings.
I was going with that was, is I don't want to get too much on urban maintenance.
Right, yeah, that's new
So
construction.
that's new.
Yeah.
I just want to verify, because this is new construction too, but
Right.
it qualified.
Qualified.
I just wanted to make sure that that sidewalk, we weren't gonna be double dipping into the urban maintenance.
No, that is, like I said, the first payment, I think it was, a $131 and some change.
It was.
And it came out of capital savings, because we didn't budget it for this year, but we're planning on adding that into the next 2 town budgets, general fund budgets.
And they kind of caught our hand quickly.
Yeah. And that construction too, I mean, it's a slow process. That's construction to 2028
Right.
for that project, so. Any other questions on that? The next question I had, or I guess item of business, is the Little League ball field agreement. We've got a agreement that dates back, I think it's 7 years, is that what it's good for? 8 years, for basically Little League to have first come, priority of our ball field. It was done, I think, with Leanne Horn and Mike Dude, were the ones on there. It expires this month. So I guess we need to put some ideas, if you wanna renew that, if you wanna change it, if you just want it to be, good faith agreement, however.
It comes up at the end of the month.
Came out 2 days ago.
I think it's something our town manager drew up that wasn't necessary prior. I think we've got a great relationship with the Lebanon Little League. Obviously, the president of the Little League sits on our board. I'm totally committed to Little League utilizing that field during their season, whatever's in the best interest of the kids of the Little League. But I don't think it's necessary to renew the agreement, specifically the agreement as is, because it calls for pretty much Little League to be responsible for certain things that we don't even hold them responsible for. I think that we continue to support Little League and material. If we have games on our field, we can supply those. That's just my thought.
I just wondered, Brad, could we just do a more simple agreement you can fall back on if you need it for priority purposes? I mean, not near as comprehensive, just
Memorandum.
memorandum of
I think the
understanding.
previous one, I would agree with Scott, I think it had,
It left a lot on Little League's plate
I think
that
it
they
had,
don't have time for.
I think it had a lot in there that was suggested, but the simpler the better. I mean, we have a great relationship, but the main verbiage to me was that the Little League has priority from X to X, and I mean, that's good verbiage that we have.
Well, I'm not Scott. We didn't even know we had it. I do remember having, we didn't even know we had it, and there's not been any problems, so I don't
assuming we send
I
out.
haven't had any issues, it's just,
I think Shane was clarification at one point, and I think we didn't take any action within our council, meetings.
Yeah.
But I think it was pretty obvious what the council, we did discuss it, from what I
Yeah.
remember,
I don't know
the league would have the rights to the
I'd
field.
like to see one drafted up to approve. There's quite a bit that can be left out, because I think it, city and town would provide all the markings before games. The Little League takes care of all that. I mean, we just work together, it's a good partnership. So just if you could draft something, clean it up a little bit, I'll be glad to help you. I apologize, I didn't send you a copy.
Sorry.
The one concern I would have about 8
I've
years,
got it.
the one concern I would have, Brad, is, which I guess as long as you could always get out of it if either party can get out of it if they need to within a short notice. I would say 30 days or a memorandum of understanding.
Memorandum of understanding, project, that's.
But the concern I had is 8 years, we don't even know if there will be living in Little League in 8 years. I mean, the concern I had is that, I'm really proud of the numbers that the Little League has this year. But you don't know year to year what those numbers may be, or what they may be 8 years from now. So that was, the term of it, I think, was a little much as well.
Where are you at? 3, 5?
I would just do a memorandum of understanding and that's it.
I'll put a year.
I wouldn't put a year on it.
Alright.
And then involvement. The economy's always evolving, things can change, I wouldn't put a year on it. And I wouldn't put a number on it, we're there to support each other.
Yeah, that's like I said, MOU, it's just,
Yeah.
it's an agreement until it's not an agreement, so.
Well, and Little League's been good about, hey, if we don't need the field, when we don't need it, they let our Parks and Rec department know, and, depending on their numbers and their facilities, what they can use, and, they've been really good on working with us when they need it, when they don't need it, so.
Okay. Are we good?
Good to go.
Good?
Solid.
Alright, go ahead.
Just got a couple of updates on the projects. We started the lighting project today. They put in 3 footers. Dug the holes, put those in. We're gonna be here again tomorrow.
How tall are those lights? 8 feet?
Underneath
They are not.
60, I think.
Oh, 60.
60, I think, yeah.
That's pretty tall.
Golly.
That's just something in our head.
And,
Long way in there.
the wall is complete, it's pickleball court. With the weather coming up, I'm expecting, covering guys will probably be here this week or next week. They're gonna come last week, it's too cold, it's gotta be.
Looks like you're gonna have the temperatures this week.
Yeah, it's gotta be like 60 and above for 3 straight days, for that stuff to heal.
Friday, Saturday,
Drew,
Sunday?
if they have a lapse in time and you can meet with them, you take them to each department.
Check the tennis courts out. I can have Shane, cause I'll be, unless we're here Thursday, I'll be back.
Somebody, they're bad.
So 60 degrees, above 60 for 3 days straight?
Just 60 degrees for 3, in the weather in the 60s for 3 days, clear. It can, at nighttime, I think it can drop below 60. Yeah. Last week wasn't working. The theater is almost done, the pavilion side of that, before the last bit of concrete this week for the curb and gutter, they'll be able to finish up the landscaping. And then the budgets, revenue's done on the budget side of that, I should have a draft budget by the end of this week. So we're working on that. Just to update right now, where we're at as of March, end of March, for this year's budget, we're at 68% of expected revenue and 71% of expected expenditures.
You're in line, aren't you?
Yes, and that's also, that 68 doesn't include the final draft of State Street. So, any questions?
What about the farmer's market?
Just gonna get to those today, got a little bit busy with some phone calls, so I'll get to interview those tomorrow.
Is it open the next month? The end of the month?
Is it up?
May 3rd.
May 3rd?
May 3rd. How many applicants do you have?
We got 3 that we're gonna call.
4?
Yeah, 4 applicants on 3 interviews.
Okay, gotcha.
Drew, Drew, can we get some more quotes for the technology package for the, council room? I know that was outrageous.
Yeah, it was up there, the
Maybe
only other one,
simplify.
I've got him, I told him to rein it back as much as possible, and then the only other one, when I tried doing it beforehand, was Best Buy, and they do it by Zoom, they don't even come in and.
What about the musics? Do they not do it
Check,
anymore?
check with them.
And what about Scotty Boyd, even though he does security, it might be something he can do for us?
Oh, yeah. Who was the one that did?
We got a quote from the.
Front row.
Mhm.
42,000. Aaron did it. Aaron was the one. Ron Donnie was here, but Aaron.
Call down on that.
Aaron likes bells and whistles.
Well,
I think you can rein it in a little bit, but I still don't think we're gonna get to, I
I mean, what is it we're wanting?
we're gonna do some projectors on each side, make presentations, and ability to video stream.
And that's it?
So what, that didn't include the microphones or nothing?
That's a push-to-talk microphone.
Okay.
Yeah, but the hardest part about this room is everything's gotta be wireless.
Oh.
That's some stuff. We're gonna put a rack back here that's taking wire stuff for you guys, but as far as on the walls and that sort of thing. everything's
Okay.
wireless.
We'll just continue to kick it over a little bit.
But we'll see, I'll talk to Scott and Bob, and see what we can figure out. Any other questions?
Yes. Fields Avenue water lines, is that a project we can put on the books? Now that, I know that they're.
We'll get, the Wayne Group started on hydraulics on it, and then Gay Avenue will be the first one, but we can follow that up with Fields.
And that was, that goes back to our PER distribution side, that was one of the recommendations where one of our problem areas, correct?
Yeah, and we have fixed some of that area, so it won't be quite as bad as what the PER was, but, I think Phil Gay Street's worse, and needs to be priority over Fields right now.
Did you mention to me, or did I imagine that the border fence with the, in between the pickleball court, are we gonna paint that as well, all the way down behind the pool? And if not, can we get something that's better?
We are going to get the actual fence fillers actually slide down
Okay.
instead of the tarp, we're gonna get black, and take that tarp off that's out there and have black all over.
Okay, so that's all over the place, no fit.
It doesn't, the wind knocks it loose, we're gonna get the things that used to be at the basketball
Yes.
court.
Can I make a suggestion? Could we paint the fence like we did at the fire department prior if we get okay from the property owners?
We should.
Cause I think it'd look bad if we have.
Chain link and black.
Yeah, with rusty chain link and.
Gotcha.
And then I'd like to make a motion to bid out the stage sound and lighting, for 2026. I know that, Mr. Higgins has made some, inquiries about performing that for the town. I know that Melissa had used a different vendor as well, and I know that we use SRO, and they've been really good, to work with. But there is some local folks that are interested in providing that service, so I'd like to make a motion that we get quotes, for stage sound and lighting for next year.
Are you including the obtaining the entertainment with that?
No.
You better do that.
So what you're saying is if we don't go with SRO.
Well, we can still work with Ken on that, I think, can't we, Mayor?
Well, I think right now it's been a package with him, and he's doing and Donnie mentioned to me,
He's probably
that he's wanting
He's probably
to do.
guaranteeing the sound for his contract.
See, the entertainers all have different needs, and that's what Scott, I agree with what Scott's saying, but Donnie had mentioned to me, he also wanted to do what do you call it, bookie.
Let's look at it both ways then, Mayor, how about that? Is that fair? I'll put that in my motion to look at with and without entertainment as well.
Second.
Further discussion?
Is it for all events?
Well, just for what we use.
Cedar Fest, July 4th.
Beach party.
Beach party. guess you need to vote though, Stan. We got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Anything else from Mr. Short?
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Drew. Okay, at this time, I need a motion to go into executive session. Under personnel, prospective business, and legal.
So moved.
For a second,
I'll second.
Section code 2.2-37A, or 11A,
item 1,
5,
item
7.
7. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Aubrey.
Audrey Culbertson.
Culbertson.
After his husband. Her wife.
His wife.
Lone Rangers, huh?
Have y'all covered
Everybody else like y'all?
Do what?
Y'all, have y'all covered
Gary, we know who's hardcore and who's not
We
now.
gossiped so much, I figured out everything the county needs.
And we voted on it.
Praise God.
Yes.
I officially endorse you for reelection.
What'd you say?
Dirt track.
Yeah. Okay, Miss Stanley.
You ready to get out of here, Devin?
I'm ready to get out.
Oh, my
I think when you said you were ready to.
I thought the wife today is gonna be a long one. She thought it was good.
All right,
I need a motion.
need a motion to come out of executive session.
I'll make it motion, Mayor. Second.
No, you seconded it, she beat you to it.
Oh, did she? Okay, sorry. I second.
Okay.
Wait a minute, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, now.
Okay. Virginia Code 1950, section 223712. D. You certify that to the best of your knowledge, number one, the town council in its closed session only discuss public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under this chapter. And two, that only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting by the town council. Any member of the town council who believes that there is a departure from the requirements of clauses 1 and 2 shall so state prior to the vote, indicated the substance of the departure that in their judgment has taken place. Mr. Leonard.
Ma'am.
Mr. Lambert.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Kegel.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Doty.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Fields.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Gilmer.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Tiller.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Short.
Yes, ma'am.
No, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion
Okay.
for approval of an exemption from foam container ban for, for Pal's Drive-Thru number 21, which operates as a quick service restaurant located at 370 Overlook Drive, Lebanon, Virginia, for a effective period of 12 months beginning today, April 14th, 2025.
Second.
And I will ask that the economic impact be placed in the minutes for documentation.
So that doesn't go into effect till July 1.
July,
July 1 through June.
I amend my motion for July 1, 2025.
We had, Brad seconded it,
Okay.
For a period of 1 year.
1 year.
Should we go ahead and, if we, once this votes tonight, can Drew go ahead and let him know that we've addressed his request?
Yeah.
And make him a little pretty letter.
Next by Lebanon News.
I didn't care enough to write that one down.
Your milkshakes are gonna be cold for another year.
That's a popular place, you better put it in there.
All those in favor? Opposed?
Yeah, I hope you don't put that one in.
Any other motions at this time?
Yeah, I'll make a motion, we dismiss.
Motion to adjourn, is there a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
There you go.
Out of here.
See y'all.
See you.
Take care.